Sweet.
Let's see. Show you here.
Let's see.
See something there. Check, check. Nothing's on it.
Was there any mics on?
No,
Okay.
and we wouldn't be picking them up.
Oh, okay. Here, let me start. Let me look at it. City.
Check, check, 1, 2.
Well, let me look at the stream. Oh, let's see what's happening here. Oh, we're running there.
Check, check, 1, 2.
Okay.
I think we're good.
All
Let me look at the stream.
All right.
I can hear my.
Sorry you lost your laptop.
No, it's okay. Let's see what's happening here.
There you go. Oh, that's picking up already on that. Yeah, mute this. Go ahead. Do it. But it's hard to tell.
We're on it says. Oh, I'm sorry, this is gone.
Okay, hello? There? All right, try again. Should have it.
Sorry, I missed your call.
Oh, is it right?
This is supposed to be backwards, I think.
Oh, it's weird. It says got a mirror option in there. Here, your settings.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
same.
So. That's true.
The left one, right? One. Yeah.
Great. He's the dog, and then you say. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Is it up? Is it up? Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test. Give it a few seconds. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. One of those. Fabio. Looking is coming in.
Put a piece of tape over the mic.
Test. The box. Nothing's on. So here.
Piece of tape.
Sounds like it's done. Yes. In the box. Check. Still big one. For a while.
Okay.
Check. No, because I see it. I see your mic on, but. This makes sense. check, 1, 2.
So what there's, you know.
Check, 1, 2.
So what there's, you know.
Friday, mate.
The parts totally dead. Check, 1, 2. Just picking this somewhere else.
Friday.
The parts totally dead. Check, 1, 2. Just picking this somewhere else. Check, 1, 2. Yeah, it's there. Check, 1, 2. Just picking this somewhere else.
One, two, three, 4, 5. 1, 2. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Do, 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 do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You guys remember that song from Sesame Street, right? Oh, God, I went out on the air singing.
We have it on the WebEx. It's not.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Test 1, 2. This is the clerk's mic. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Says he can hear the room.
Well, good morning, everyone, and we're back here at negotiations between the City of San Antonio and the International Firefighters Association. So as we start today, Billy and Rick, is there anything that you would like to discuss today? We have a few items, but.
No, I'm very happy for you to lead.
Okay, very good. So Liz is going to walk us through some of those items that we're going to review with you all. Liz?
Good morning and thank you. Wanted to kind of recap some of where we think we're at on proposals and walk through a few of questions we had and just to get a sense of where we are from a status perspective on some of those, just to make sure that we're all seeing things the same way at this juncture. So the first one I'm going to start with is Article 3, which is management rights. And so if you'll pull up the city proposal that we gave you on March 29th, it had our strike throughs and our proposed insertion. And then we recapped on April 4th about the additional language that we'd proposed to include with fiscal management, which was to include but not limited to payroll, contracts, and budget. I think the follow-up question you had for us was whether how many positions we were looking at. Maria gave you an overview of the thought behind the proposal. And so that was part of our April 4th discussion. And so we wanted to get into whether you had any concern about a civilian addressing payroll or contracts or budget. And so that's a question for you all.
I guess the question, if I recall correctly from April, was what are people doing now, right? How many civilians are there, and how would your proposal alter the way that things are done now so that we can get a better assessment of it? And so we're not necessarily opposed or supportive. We just don't understand it yet.
Of course, then. Thank you for that. So as it relates to G1, which is fiscal management, and again, that we added payroll, contracts, and budget, it wouldn't change anything that what we're doing today. This, what our thought is to add a position similar to what we have in the police department, is an assistant director position. And this individual oversees all the major contracts of the police department, including towing and alarms, the transportation portion of the city code that relates to vehicles for hire. This individual also oversees those individuals that do the accounting and the budgeting for the police department. All they pretty much, and I don't recall the size of the group, but primarily doing budget and monitoring and financial reviews, those types of things. So the idea, because of the size of the fire department being our second largest operating department after police, we would like to have an individual of that caliber to be able to provide that oversight and reporting, and it'll be supporting the fire chief directly. So that's our proposal. There's no changes. It's rather an enhancement to the oversight of those areas within the fire department. We fully understand that it has to be somebody that has a good understanding of especially how the payroll works for the fire department. So we would be working with that individual to make sure that provides that oversight. So that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, and just with regard to our perspective, given the role that Maria outlined and the pretty sort of streamlined scope of it, it's our opinion that it would not require substantial knowledge of firefighting, and as a result is specifically exempt from 143. The intent is to make this provision consistent with that, to be sure that we're all in agreement about somebody serving in that role. So separate and apart from that, we also wanted to get a sense, you had sent to us same article in your proposal packet. I think it's page 26 of the interlines, that you just struck personnel and you struck emergency management and indicated you would be getting to us a more specific proposal. And so we wanted to get status on that.
We'll get back to you after caucus.
We appreciate that. I'm going to ask that you take a look at Article 17, specifically on the vacations proposal. And in it, we had talked through the rationale behind our proposed Section 7, which is the additional benefit to firefighters to be able to contribute to their deferred comp plan using leave. We wanted to sort of be sure that if there were any outstanding questions, we were prepared to answer those. In our opinion, it is a benefit to the firefighters, so it seems like a pretty easy way for us to get to consensus on a topic that is an additional benefit. And just wanted to know your thoughts on that and status on that.
We have a better understanding of it, having had an opportunity to review. We can give you a substantive response in the context of talking about some of our related issues, but we agree that it's an improvement. There are differences between police and fire, right? You know, we've talked about some of those at the table because of the police leave benefit and specifically their ability to accrue unused leave and receive more substantial payouts at separation. This is a much more valuable benefit for the police contract than for fire. So it's a less valuable change. It's been part of our discussions generally regarding leave, but we'll give you a substantive response on it. But we
So
don't require any clarification.
Okay, no further clarification and response after caucus today?
We'll give you a response.
Not today.
I don't know.
I wanted to get into Article 23 for a bit because you were really helpful in providing some feedback when we first walked through it on April 4th. And I think it could behoove us to capture some of what we understood, what we heard on the 4th, and capture that in writing. And so if we turn to Article 23 that relates to sick leave, when we went through Section 2, and we defined what working day shall mean, respectively, for a 24-hour shift employee and for an 8-hour and 10-hour shift employee, respectively. It sounded like you were in agreement with that. And so what we'd propose doing is we understand the totality of the article is not in agreement, or we haven't reached consensus on the totality of it yet. So perhaps we take the sections where there is consensus and go ahead and capture that in some sort of, we can call it a revised proposal from the city that already incorporates what your response back is. But that would be one of the areas where I would show that there is consensus on that particular point.
Well, I agree. I think it's a great approach. If it's okay with you, let us give you a substantive response to 23 with some markups that will pick up, I think, some of the consensus areas and highlight some of the other, areas where we don't agree, but also areas where we'd like to see some changes. I think that's something we could probably address today.
Very good. We'd appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
just high-level overview, Article 25 of health benefits. We wanted to be sure that we'd answered all your questions about tiers. Maria had provided some subsequent information after we had the proposal on the table that showed the interlines. And so just wanted to be sure we'd answered those questions. And if you'd have any more, please let us know. That way we can be prepared to be able to answer those.
Thank you. I think you answered our questions regarding the tiers, I think in two different ways. And probably it would be a good idea to clarify some of that today. And the first time we asked about the issue of the collapsing of the tiers, the question is obviously what's behind that? Is there any substance behind that? And I think the answer was no, right? And to your credit as credible bargaining partners, a couple of weeks ago, you identified and said, hey, there was a change that was made at the time we did the MOA that it isn't in the MOA. And that's what this is. This is reflecting a change that was made, but a change that wasn't made in a negotiated fashion. And so I guess the question that I have, reserving rights about any of that, and appreciating your forthcomingness at the table. What was the substance of the change at the time? How did that change pass through? Now, we haven't made a proposal initially to address that. And so it's not the type of change. If there's an impact, it isn't anything that has burned anybody's phones up and people haven't been, overwhelming us with concerns, but we still don't know and understand what the impact of that change is. That would be helpful for us to assess that. We can do that. If we can get that done at the table, that would be great. But I don't understand the impact of the change when it was implemented.
Thank you, Rick, for that. And Renee is here today, so we can work on that during caucus and get back to you. But just to be very clear, what you're asking for, the change was already made. It's already been in effect.
Correct.
So you're asking, this is a change. This is how it was before. This is how it is today. And what was the impact to the employee? That's
correct. The change, we were not aware of the change until you identified it for us at the table, and we appreciate that. And so what we are attempting to identify is what's the substantive impact of the change.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn now to Article 30, which is where we've proposed capturing the disciplinary procedures all in one place with our grievance procedures. We talked through on the 4th, the various areas, what the intent behind was the proposals, and wanted to see if you had any questions for us today on that.
We don't have any questions for you on it. We spent, as I think I may have indicated, we spent some time talking about that proposal internally, and I expect that we'll be in position to give you a markup response to your proposal today or tomorrow.
We appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
And likewise, Rick, I'm assuming exhaustion of remedies was kind of a two-step part of 30 and 31. So just same question. If there's any questions there, we're here to answer them.
Thank you very much. We view them as connected, and we'll respond together. Thanks.
With regard to, I'm going to take 33 next because it just precedes the process before 32. But for purposes of hiring, we had, of course, the resource person here from PD to be able to talk through and give sort of a firsthand perspective on how that process works on their end, some of the benefits, some of the, hills they had to climb as part of it. And so just wanted to get a sense at this juncture, do you have any questions with regard to hiring and what we've proposed?
No, we don't have any questions. We think the lieutenant was very helpful at the table. We appreciate his explanations. We're not interested in changing the hiring process. We believe that what the process that we have within the fire department is not the problem, right? I mean, the problem, and we may have a disagreement over there's a problem. So there's a bit of a disconnect in messaging when the city has taken the position that the city doesn't believe hiring is a problem. Then a question related to this, well, then why do you need to change the process? But we do understand and appreciate what the lieutenant said, but that's not anything that we're interested in.
Understood. And I guess from the perspective of the city, to be sure that it's abundantly clear, we're operating under a model that's decades old. And I think we all agree that there's always room for improvement in any process. And we've seen where a 143 process can be taken and improved, and that be sort of what our experience has been on the PD side. So with regard to ensuring that we've got flexibility, ensuring that we've got the ability to be able to work with folks that are interested in being firefighters. We do have the applicant numbers that continue to show strong interest and a commitment to want to join the fire department. But we do think that there is value in having a process that is updated and accounts for the ability to be able to attract applicants that, may have to wait at this point in time more than a year to be able to get into one of our cadet classes. So it is a model that we are proud of on the police side, and would hope that in the interest of improving processes and looking for ways to be able to do things better other than a decades old process would be something that you remain open to.
We're always open to improving things. There are areas where where the voters have given us a pretty good sense of how they think matters should be handled. Hiring is one of them where we just want to be very careful in considering any of those changes. We're not interested in making those changes. We do understand and appreciate the police department has had some recent experience. We're very interested in how that has worked, and it's something that we will continue to monitor to see if it in fact proves to be effective. And so the position may be different at a different point in time, but in these negotiations, we don't particularly see a need. But we're happy to keep talking and keep looking at it for sure.
I just want to be sure that I understand. So when you refer to the voters, you're talking about what?
I'm talking about statutory requirements on hiring, which are reflecting the will of the voters through their elected representatives.
Through the adoption of 143?
Correct.
At the state legislature?
Mm-hmm.
Rick, and we appreciate the feedback. I think one of the things that we're trying to get to is making it easier for those individuals who are interested, that we can get to them quicker, faster. I've seen just in my experience with all of our employees at the city, especially in our younger generations, the desire to know sooner rather than later, is the city interested in me specifically? If not, then move on to other things. So to your point, we haven't seen an issue and individuals being interested. We're just trying to make it more flexible to them and to be able to get to them sooner. What I understand from our fire department, we invest a lot of time, our firefighters do, to mentor individuals, to keep them engaged during the time that they're waiting. So our goal was just to make that process sooner and hopefully to have more classes. Just, again, some of the successes that we have seen in the police department. So we understand in your y'all's position, just wanted to add to what Liz mentioned. And as we continue to have these conversations, if there are other areas, perhaps not everything that we were proposing, but things that we are able to get to those applicants faster will be, and the testing, of course, making it a little bit more frequent rather than once a year.
Let me, and I want to ask Joe to talk about this issue a little bit, but before that, I do have a question that I am interested in your opinion on, and I don't want an answer now. Is how much of your proposal, right? How would you think is not barred by 143, right? How much of what the city is proposing? Because you're proposing a lot. I understand the gist of it is, right? The gist of it, of trying to have this continuous testing, is something that we'd have to deviate. But you've proposed a number of different things, and we're interested in your position on what could be done within the strictures of 143. And Joe, would you like to?
So, in interacting with the lieutenant from the police department, there were several things that he said that were important for our negotiations. He identified how it is mission critical that their applicant processing unit is uniformed. That was part of his testimony. In another part of his testimony, he highlighted how his biggest challenge and that of his processors is getting people not to quit. I can tell you, as a former chief of training and a 26-year firefighter, and we have over 200 years of firefighting experience just sitting in the room, over 100 sitting at the table, or over 50 definitely, just between me and Billy. If you're going to quit, it's in the pipeline and in the training that you need to quit. Because when you quit in our profession, there are bad outcomes, and those bad outcomes come with consequences like being crippled or dying. So this is one of those differences between the police department and the fire department. I can respect their position. Law enforcement nationwide has undergone severe stress in the past decade, definitely the last 5 years, which have required them to make alterations to their hiring process. We also see alterations where we used to have our applications open for 1 week. I think they're now being held open for 3 months. Is that accurate, Maria? So 3 months. So we're seeing alterations as well. However, the community of San Antonio blessed the San Antonio Fire Department and Police Department with 143 protections for a reason. So we have to be very cautious about how we approach hiring, because hiring is intimately linked to the culture of the fire department. And we're very cautious about our culture, because our culture is one that is based on service and sacrifice for our community. And those are things that we hold high, and there's a way to do things, and there's a way to bring people in properly and appropriately. And it is a challenge taking a civilian and in only 6 months trying to create a San Antonio firefighter. But there's a methodology to it, and there's a technique to it. And the process that y'all have proposed would erode that to some degree. So if it seems, I don't want to seem like we're being obstinate on this issue, but we're very protective of our own. And that was telling when he said that his biggest challenge is to get people not to quit. specifically in the process. If you can't even make it through the hiring process, you don't want the job bad enough. Or worse yet, you're driven by something other than service.
Joe, I'm interested in what you mentioned. I don't see it that way, but we're trying to make changes to the applicant processing piece, not to the training of the academy. When you mentioned that these changes would erode to some extent how individuals are trained, can you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So if our biggest challenge becomes getting people not to quit the process, what kind of attrition levels do you think you're going to see in training if we had a struggle trying to get them through the applicant process? Having been a chief of training with the lowest attrition ratings, I can also tell you that there's a way to do it. Now, times have changed since I was down there. It's been a decade, admittedly. However, if you can't get them through the process because they're inclined to quit the process because the process is too challenging, that's not somebody you want responding to your house to help with your family or extinguish your house. Does that make is that better clarity?
And if I may elaborate on that too, in the process, right? The process it's the application process. And so what we collectively, right, what I think we're wrestling with is the city, as I understand the city's proposal and your descriptions of the city's proposal, is he wants to make changes to the hiring process to make it easier or more convenient for people to apply, right? Or to start the process and to join the department. And ordinarily, right, you might think, well, gosh, that should be a good thing, right? We should try to make sure that we're doing everything we can to try to make it easier for people to kind of join the entity. And one of the things that we heard the lieutenant say last week and that Joe's talking about is we do want that, right? But we don't want it to be too easy. We want it to be challenging, right? Because this is not a normal job. And so the application process itself, the hiring process itself speaks to some of the qualities that we're looking for in candidates. And so we want somebody that's going to wait around. We want somebody with that type of commitment. So it's not to say, and I would say that I can't speak to the motivations of elected officials in drafting legislation without having reviewed legislative history. But, that is one of the things that does come up in police and fire, civil service type hiring processes is that we do want to have some type of expressed commitment that it's not, I'm going to apply to the city this week and I might take a test next week and now I'm going to start the firefighter process. We don't really want that. So where do we strike the balance is the issue. And looming over all of this is the pay package, right? And as Joe said, but it's not just the pay package, right? And so what we are trying to do is figure out what's the right mix of things so that we can, we have a disagreement over the hiring issue. We do think it's a problem. We've shown you numbers that we know that you've looked at and considered, and we've seen the numbers that you've looked at. One of the things, by the way, that we looked at in the number with the applicants that you shared with us is the amount of time it takes to get the same number of applicants, right? And so in order to get anywhere close to the number of applicants we've gotten before, the city is having to keep the window open longer and longer and longer. And so where you might ultimately wind up with a similar number of applicants, nowhere near where it was 10 years ago, but similar to maybe the last few years, we're having to hold that window open. So I think that's telling us something too. And you all see that. You're smart. You look at the numbers. And so what can we do to make the process better is something that we're trying to wrestle with through this whole process. And it's all of it. We're open to having conversations on improving things. We are hesitant when it gets to issues where we're deviating from state law, which is why we're concerned about making changes to the article. But we're open to continuing to have those discussions as we move forward with this process.
And just to kind of clarify a point, the intent isn't to make it easier, it's to provide more opportunities, so there's more frequency for applicants and those opportunities to afford us the ability to have a more robust applicant pool. So just wanted to clarify, and ultimately, 143 has been around a long time. And the legislative intent was to ensure that there was a fair process in place to be able to process applicants. And that's what we've seen on the police side. That's what we're proposing. So it would be consistent with the intent behind, a fair process that applies to equally to everybody. So we understand your position. But if you have any other additional questions and you want us to consider other points that you think would help improve the process, we'd like to hear from you on that.
Liz, by increasing the frequency, all right, I understand what you're saying. What you're doing is you're decreasing the difficulty of getting in. I don't know. I guess that doesn't resonate. I understand what a conventional job, and we keep calling this a job, and even within the uniform culture, they'll say the job, right? But it's really a calling. You have to want to do this. You have to be compelled to do this. So the reality is the dedication that it takes to come to San Antonio when we were a destination department from across the country and take our test and start in processing into our department. That dedication spoke to members of the fire department because we have all been through that process. It doesn't make that process antiquated. It makes it distinct. And just because it's been around for decades, it doesn't make it wrong. So we go to a revolving door application process. It decreases some of the merits of being dedicated to coming and testing. And by doing so, that does actually make it easier. So do some of the other levels that were involved in your proposal. So that's, like I said, we're very protective of our culture. We've seen some degradation over the recent years already. And that's alarming to many of our members, including our young members. And that's why we're very cautious when we step into arenas that we're protected by state law. So I feel like I have to say that because you say you're not trying to impact the difficulty, just the frequency. The frequency does actually impact the difficulty.
Well, it certainly narrows the opportunity, and I would agree with you there. And so with regard to just making sure that we're very clear about what we've seen on the police side, which is, a commitment to service and sacrifice, is a process that has worked and continues to work and continues to give us people that are committed to service and sacrifice. So we understand your position. And like I said, we're open. If there are components to it that you think are areas for improvement, we would love to hear from you because, those continue to be interests that we care about.
I have a quick question for you, Liz. What year was it that PD adjusted their hiring policy?
We'll have to get that to you.
And do you have statistics on the increase in their disciplinary hearings and the severity?
Joe, are you asking if there's a correlation between our application process and discipline? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking I'm asking when they changed their policy, and then I'm asking what the numbers are on discipline and the severity of discipline. That's what I'm asking.
Are you asking about discipline to make a relationship or try to make a relationship with hiring practice?
Right now, I'm just asking for the information. I think correlations come later.
So discipline for police, that's public information, that's on our website. We provide those monthly stats to the media who requested and is posted. We'll get to you the year when those changes were made for the police department. But a police job is not a conventional job. You know, there are first responders. So the changes that we made in the hiring process have been successful, as you heard from the lieutenant. And we're trying just to make improvements as well in the fire side. So we understand your position. And I think, Rick, you articulated that there may be portions perhaps that we can agree on. So we'll continue to work on those.
Thanks. And numbers help. You know, we didn't get specific numbers from the lieutenant last week. I think his sense was that things were going well. His sense was also, we don't want to make it too easy, right? So, I appreciate the work that over there. It may be that it's too soon to tell, really and truly, in terms of hard data, the effectiveness of the change. We don't know, and we'd be very interested in looking at numbers. But we did, we heard and we really appreciated the lieutenant's sharing of his experiences in the process. And it's something that we've talked about internally. And Billy?
So one of the things I would like to add is, again, we do appreciate the city bringing this up, and it's something that is of concern, but as representatives of 624, we negotiate for our members. And this is a section that is not negotiating for our members. These are not members, or would not at the time are not members of 624. We don't negotiate for them. And that's what we also feel like you're asking us to do, is negotiate for non-bargaining members. And that's a difficult thing for us to do. And we just want you to understand that.
Building on what Billy just said, I wonder if 143 rights should be negotiated when they don't apply to members, because that's attempting to modify state law through contract.
Which is what 174 allows us to do. So just by way of, obviously we do that in other parts of the contract. So but we respect your position, Billy. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just answering the question with which, was posed subsequent about our ability to be able to augment and do things differently from 143, but only through negotiated contract.
That wasn't the point I was making. The point that I was making is as it applies to members of the bargaining unit.
And that's what I was going to say, is that we do appreciate that. But again, our concern is doing something in this contract for members of our bargaining unit. And this is something that you're asking us to do that is not covering members of our bargaining unit. And it's a little difficult, very difficult for us to sit over here and do that, right? Because an applicant can be anyone. And this applicants may not even make it through the process and become members of this fine organization that we have over here.
Understood. Just also wanted to talk about processes with regard to Article 33. We had proposed and we had revised the proposal so that it captured the video recorded assessment. Wanted to know if you had any questions with regard to that.
It's similar in a lot of ways to the last discussion. We're hesitant to make changes in that area. But it's something that we're continuing to discuss as part of our overall review. But we don't have a substantive response with respect to, it's Article 32, correct?
Yes, I
Yeah,
misspoke.
yeah.
Thank you.
We don't have a substantive response on the promotions proposal. We're not inclined to make changes to that article. At this time, it's something that we've talked about internally. We're open to continuing to have a discussion, but it's not an area that we're optimistic that we'll be willing, be able to make changes.
Do you have any questions for us?
About that proposal? Not really. I think the proposal was very clear and the explanations were as well.
Okay, thank you. So I think what we had talked about is after caucus, getting a better sense from you on management rights and what you mean specifically about the strike-throughs that you proposed. We have a couple of things that we wanted to follow up on with regard to getting answers back to you. So this might be a good time for us to caucus unless there's something you wanted to cover.
Just, if we're reviewing proposals, which I think is a very helpful thing to do, so that we can identify, maybe some areas where we may be able to make progress. And we don't need answers right now while we're in session, but let me identify some of the union proposals to see if the city has had any time to contemplate those, or if there's any possible movement that we might be able to see. And so, we talked a fair amount about economic proposals last week, and I think we had a really productive discussion. The bulk of the union's proposals affect those things, but there are some other areas that I'd like to identify. And so, in Article 14, which was overtime, we had a couple of proposals related to standby pay, and that was our proposals 3B and 3C, having to do with mandatory overtime and arson investigators. And so we'd like you to take a look at that and let us know where you stand on that. We had made a proposal for Article 18 related to holidays for a change there. We haven't heard a response to that yet. With respect to uniforms, some of the uniforms have been addressed in the city's proposal that we received on the 19th, but some of it has not. And so we'd like, specifically back to the uniform credit system, we're interested in hearing the city's response on that. That was our proposal 5A. We have our own health care proposals that we've made, our proposal 7. We haven't really had a substantive discussion at the table about any of the changes that we've proposed. And so we'd like you to take a look at that and let us know where you stand. Our proposal 9 amends Article 17, and that was our floating vacation shift proposal. We'd be interested in hearing the city's response to that. There also was a perfect attendance leave component to that. Those were our proposals 9 and 10. You're going to hear from us on sick leave, but for Article 27, or we had elected to put this in Article 27, we have parental leave proposal that we had made. Union proposal 13 was our union leave proposal to make changes to Article 6 and then to Article 17 in relation to union leave. And we had an Article 29 proposal with respect to drugs and alcohol that we'd like to hear responses on. I've skipped over a couple of ones where there's overlap, where we've already talked about some of those issues earlier today, but those are definitely areas where we're interested in the city's position on those proposals.
Thank you, Rick. Well, with caucus, we'll come back and address those.
Okay.
So it's 11, and I'm thinking as you regroup with your team, and we'll do the same with ours, we'll text you on a time, and maybe you do the same to see how long it's going to take to discuss those items before we come back. Does that work?
That's a good idea. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a couple of responses to some of the issues we discussed earlier today. And I'm going to go, I guess, in order, in numerical order. Liz, you'd asked about Article 23 and sick leave, and I indicated we have a response. And so what I'm going to do is walk you through our revised strike-through version of Article 23, which you will see will have in it a mix of city language changes proposed by the city and also changes proposed by the union. And so what we see is no changes to Article 23, Section 1, followed by in Section 2, we agree to the first sentence beginning throughout this section. That's language drafted by the city. And then in Section 2A1, we have a slight revision to the city's proposal here. And I think the gist of it was that the city wanted to have some communication with the member before they actually come back to work and provide a note. And what the city's proposal had proposed language, I think we achieved the same thing. And so the first sentence would state that employees using more than 2 consecutive working days be required to provide a physician's certificate upon their return to work. That is not exactly what the city had proposed at the beginning of the 3rd working day. We use upon their return to work, but we get to the next problem, or I think the gist of what the city's trying to achieve in the next sentence. And so what we're suggesting is we agree to strike out the next sentence as the city had proposed. And then we have a sentence that begins, the physician's certificate must be provided electronically or in person no later than the beginning of the 3rd working day, stating their expected return to work. And that's not the exact language that the city had proposed, but it's pretty close. But we've added language, as you may recall, when we discussed the city's proposal, just to address confidentiality issues that the union, and we said department, I don't know whether that should say city, shall develop a mutually acceptable portal to provide the above referenced electronic notification. So if people are going to be emailing physician's certificates or something, we just have, I think, some potential confidentiality concerns. In fairness, some of that happens currently within the department, within the current rules. Sometimes employees will scan an email, query whether that's the best way to share that information. And so what we would like is the parties to try to develop some mechanism there. But if an employee isn't going to be back by the 3rd working day, they still would provide some notice to the city with an expected date of return to work. So we think that achieves what the city is attempting to achieve. The change in the next paragraph 2, the language is a bit different from what the city had proposed, but I think it achieves the same thing. And this is just when you're providing your physician's certificate. The language the city had proposed was at the shift when they return to work. We're suggesting upon their return to work, which I think is a little cleaner. If there's a substantive difference there, let us know. But I think the idea here is that you're going to provide that note when you come back to work. You'll see that change picked up again in paragraph 3. There's a singular there change in the first line. And then again, this change to provide a physician's certificate, we're stating upon their return to work. Same change at paragraph 4. And that's quite frankly because I don't understand what at the shift when they return to work means. So if there's some significance to that that's different from upon their return to work, just let us know. And then we agree to strike paragraph 5. You'll see the next section, section 3, we're agreeing to the city's proposal to strike that section. Then the next section, additional doctor certification, which was Section 4, we're going to renumber that Section 3. There are no substantive changes within that section. We agree to the city's proposal to delete Section 5 regarding overtime. And then Section 6, which actually should be Section 4, so there's we should revise that to be other provisions. The proposed change to the second paragraph, paragraph B, this was in the union's original proposals, and so this is something that we had proposed initially, and we're asking the city to agree to that. And then Section 7, with respect to leave buyback, we're agreeing to the city's suggested changes there. I'm just noting that the sick leave buyback cap, we do have the number of 1.9 million expressed. That was in effect back in 2014. I think it's fine. The language adequately allows for the fact that the number's larger. But if the fire department has a number that they calculate that this is the number we use in 2024, now would probably be the time to just update that number. And so those are the changes to Article 23. We've agreed to the majority of the city's proposals, and we'd ask the city consider ours.
Rick, if I may just ask
Sure.
quick, and
Yeah.
just wanting to be sure, in the areas where you say upon return to work, and you said you don't know what it means when you say the shift where they return to work, it's effective that they return to, right? So we're meaning the same thing. I just want to be sure that, if we're sort of capturing intent, the intent is when the shift they return to work at.
Meaning the day they come back, not I come back to work and I don't give you a note that day when I come back. 3 shifts later, I give you the day when you return to work, when you report for work, the beginning of your shift following an absence for sick leave. Once the requirement for a note is triggered, you would provide the note then. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I would say that if we could kind of dig deep into the details, it may be an administrative function within the fire department. Let's say somebody misses 3 shifts, they return to work at the beginning of their 4th shift, okay? And they have provided electronically a physician's certificate, right, by the beginning of the 3rd shift, so that the city has an understanding of, when that firefighter may be able to return to work. The fire department may say, just give us that, or we already have it, right, if you return to work on your 4th shift. So, we're certainly not envisioning that an employee is going to have to go back and get a new doctor's note for when they return to work under those circumstances. I don't know if I'm really digging down. Donna's giving me one of those looks. I've seen that look from her before. So an employee, this is a good discussion to have. So what we're requiring is a physician certificate, following 2 consecutive working days of sick leave. But we're also providing a note, right, on that 3rd, even if you're not back to work yet, that 3rd working day, we're providing something electronically to the city. And I would imagine predominantly so the city can have some sense of when do we expect this person to come back to work, knowing that things change, but it gives some type of notice. If the firefighter provides that note and on their 3rd shift, and then their next scheduled work day, 3 days later, they come back and they return to work, the city already has the note. Query, is there an expectation that they provide that same note that's already been provided to the city or not? That's what I'm raising. I would expect that the fire department is going to say no. Now, if the employee doesn't return, misses 3 more shifts and comes back, might there be a question over whether we review the note or not? There may be. That may be a level of detail that's kind of best dealt with at the department level, but I'm just, it's something to discuss, at the table. But to get to your point, Liz, yes, when the firefighter comes back to work, that's when they would be, providing, the note. And Bill, did you want to add to that?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing would be is we do have non-24-hour employees who are not considered on shift. So their work days, for example, myself, I'm a non-24-hour work, a 10-hour work day. My day is not considered a shift. And earlier in the language, you've changed it to working days versus using shift. So striking that, I think, alleviates any confusion.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions about Article 23? Okay.
We may have later, but we understand the proposal at this point. Thank you.
Okay. We do have a response on Article 30 and 31. And I'm going to ask Ricky to walk through that proposal, if he'd be so kind.
I'm good. Mhm. Mhm.
And just as a housekeeping point, the document contains Article 30 and 31. 31, it's a very short change, but it's the very last page there.
What we've tried to do in Article 30 is incorporate some steps that we hope makes the process more productive. What I've seen over the years is that the grievance process in particular has been just kind of an automatic process to move us toward arbitration. And I don't think that's necessarily what the grievance process should be. I feel like ultimately the purpose behind a grievance process should be for the union or members to identify a problem, for that problem to be given, the city to be given notice of that problem, and then for the parties to try to resolve that issue if possible, and if not, then go to arbitration. And so as we go through this article, you'll see the emphasis on trying to more quickly get together, identify problems, and try to resolve those problems so that we don't incur as much time or money as we may if we have to go through the arbitration process or up to the arbitration process. In my experience, a number of times we will get ready for arbitration. We will be on the eve of arbitration, and then we'll actually magically be able to settle our differences. It'd be nice if we could try to put something in place to do that a little bit earlier. And so that's part of what's going to be captured here. If you go to the first change is down on section 1C, and that just talks about the disciplinary matters are not going to be under this article. That's because we do have an additional article that we'll be talking about today based on some of the input from the city regarding discipline. And so we're just capturing the fact that unless it's somewhere else within the agreement, disciplinary matters are not going to be subject to this particular article. I've removed that language dealing with 143.057. I didn't look back to see where that language came from. I imagine there was some concern that 057 was going to be repealed. I don't think that's a concern at this point. If that remains something that the city wants in the contract and we do ultimately have a discipline article, probably be better to put it in that article than to keep it here. But I'm really not sure we need that language at all. But again, that's just something for y'all to let us know if you think that language is important or not. And then if you turn to section 4A3, I've added a sentence there which talks about the courtesy copy that goes to the fire chief. Now, back before, I think it was the 2005 contract or somewhere in there, this courtesy copy language came in. And prior to that, it was mandatory that a copy go to the fire chief initially when any grievance was filed. There was still a process in place for the grievance committee to review that document, review the grievance, determine if there was merit to push it forward. But it was required that a copy go to the fire chief. That led to some issues. There were some timing issues. And so back, I'm pretty sure it was 2005, that language courtesy copy comes into the contract. And if you go back, and I think I don't know if the city maintains those transcripts, but I think the union may have some. And the purpose for that language was so that there wasn't any I guess, quasi-jurisdictional question raised by failing to provide that courtesy copy, that initial copy. So I'm just incorporating that language into the contract. That's all that sentence is doing. And then C, under that same section, that's where previously, and I guess that should be identified as a strikeout, but that's where we would have the city manager appeal under the old language of the contract. And that process, again, I mean, I've dealt with hundreds of grievances, I think, and I don't recall a grievance that was resolved during that period. And so I just feel like that is probably a step that is mechanical or more mechanical than substantive in nature. It does create a time period during which the grievance goes to the city manager's office. City manager will traditionally agree with the position taken by the fire chief, and that means that we go to the next step, which is to move through to arbitration. So I just took that provision out completely. And the idea would be you have the grievance that's filed. You do have a courtesy copy that goes to the fire chief. If there's a failure to provide that courtesy copy, it's not going to be a jurisdictional issue. It's not going to kill the grievance. The grievance committee is still going to have its time period to review the grievance. The grievance, if it's deemed to be one that should be moved forward, will be forwarded to the fire chief. The fire chief will provide his response or her response. At that point, the parties would have this informal conference. And the idea is that we would have to be face-to-face talking about the issue. That is an opportunity, I think, to try to resolve these cases. One thing I didn't put in there that I think could be included is that those discussions could be confidential, similar to what you'd have in a mediation. So that way the parties can be open and frank, talk about what may be able to be resolved. If it's possible to make those changes, then great. If not, then we go through to the arbitration process. And that's what you see under Section D. And it basically just sets out some time periods to meet those requirements to go ahead and invoke arbitration. We did include some of the language that the city had recommended regarding the timeliness of these grievances and how long these grievances may be pending. There are exceptions that we've created under D3. And, I'm happy to talk about those exceptions, but basically, I think it's probably in everyone's interest, depending on the situation, to try to resolve outstanding grievances within a reasonable period of time. But I do think there's some exceptions to that. I think we just need to recognize those exceptions. And then I think Section 6, under 5, just that we're going to follow the AAA rules as interpreted by the arbitrator. And I think that's all the changes that we're proposing under Article 30. And then under Article 31, on the exhaustion of remedies, I think this is language that the city had requested, but any such appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the arbitrator's award. So those are all the changes. If y'all have any questions, happy to answer them.
Ricky, I wanted to be sure I understood the rationale behind eliminating the step to the city manager.
I just think as a practical matter, in the grievances that I've been involved in, I haven't seen a change. That doesn't mean that, there's not due consideration given to the grievance. It's just there's been no material change. And ultimately, it seems to me that the point behind filing a grievance in the first place should be to try to affect some sort of change. And so in my mind, the question is, what's the easiest route to get us there? One is to just arbitrate everything. I mean, you could just file a grievance and take it to arbitration, and then you'd have a change. Either the arbitrator would accept the city side or it would accept the member side. But I think the better way to do that is to take it to the fire chief, see if we can immediately deal with the situation and resolve it there. And if that's not possible, then to go ahead and sit down with administration, sit down with legal, whatever that, looks like, and try to resolve the grievance that way. And then short of being able to resolve the grievance through that voluntary process, to go ahead and go forward to arbitration like we have in the past.
Yeah, I think in situations like that, part of the intent can be to avoid falling into the trap sometimes of viewing the grievance process as adversarial in the early stages. And so if we have an informal conference, but the decision makers are there, and we could try to work more collaboratively to see if we can get a resolution. And that's, as opposed to kind of a more formal, okay, the grievance has gone to the HR, to the city manager's office. We won't really meet. We'll get a decision within 15 days. And so we're trying to avoid that. We actually would like to encourage collaboration. That's what's behind the proposal. So, and it's not to suggest any positions or any history with the city manager's office. The idea is to try to have more opportunities to try to resolve things before going to arbitration.
Thank you, Rick. I do have a follow-up question, Ricky, just to make sure that I'm clear on the informal conference. So after a grievance is filed, I'm assuming this step happens after the chief denies the grievance, right? And then it goes into this committee that is comprised by designee, let's see. After communications with the fire chief, members of the union's grievance committee, and or its designee, who would that designee be?
A lawyer.
I'm sorry?
A lawyer.
Okay,
More than likely. I mean,
okay.
it could be the union president, could be a general counsel, could be somebody else.
But it'll be I guess I'm interested, it could be a third party outside the city organization or another member of the association.
Yeah, I mean, the idea would be that individual, or that it could be a group of individuals, frankly. I mean, I'm not opposed to having more than one person to have that dialogue. I mean, there may be a need, depending upon what the grievance is, to have multiple people in the room to talk about that grievance and how it might be able to get resolved. But ultimately, it would be the grievant and whatever interested party is on that side, and then the city and whatever resource the city wants to have.
Okay, and I think you answered the question I'm going to ask, but just to clarify, when you say the city, you mentioned could be legal, human resources, city manager's office, correct?
Yeah, I see it sort of like a mediation process in a litigation case, where you can have basically whoever is going to be best there to try to effectuate a resolution of the matter, whatever it is. And so there wouldn't necessarily be limitations on that. It would just be whoever would be best to be present for that particular grievance to try to resolve it.
Okay, so moving on to the parties are unable to reach an agreement to resolve the grievance within 30 days of the fire chief's response. So there's no change, I guess, from what the fire chief response was. Then the union grievance committee may pursue arbitration.
Right.
The parties may extend this time period by agreement if they feel that they need more than 30 days to resolve. And that, I guess based on the language, there's no, another 30 days, there's just no limitation, I guess, on a case-by-case basis. That's the way you are envisioning it.
What's that? I'm sorry, what was the last part?
So the parties may extend this time after the 30 days, right? So they meet for 30 days to try to resolve the grievance. If there's no resolution, the union grievance committee may proceed to arbitration at their discretion. The parties may extend this time period by agreement. I'm assuming that's the 30 days, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you, Ricky.
Just following up, Ricky, on Maria's questions, who's required to be there at the informal conference?
Well, I mean, I don't know that it's specified here, and that's certainly open to discussion, but I mean, I would imagine that it would be the grievant. Or, if the grievant is the union, then could be the president, could be a member of the grievance committee. And then I think it would probably be helpful to have council present. And then on the city side, I think it could be either fire administration, it could be the city manager's office, it could be legal, city legal. I think those would probably be good people to have in the room. But again, this is supposed to be an informal process that tries to reach a result. And so I don't know that we necessarily, need to require or specify who's going to be there, so long as the parties are in good faith meeting to try to see if they can resolve whatever the issue is.
So all
The
those.
current
union
language
agreements would be
has,
options.
go ahead, Liz, I'm sorry.
All those that you mentioned would be options. In other words, grievance committee decides who participates, city decides who participates at those.
If I may, Liz, I think the intent when we constructed this language was to try and find a best path through. And by prescribing it in the contract, then we're bound absolutely to the contract, whereby there might be situations where it's better to have this group of people sit in and listen to it or hear it out or over that group of people. But if we literally script it out in the contract, then we have to stick to this contract. So I think the intent is we're trying to create this atmosphere where we can work through these problems and find some kind of path through, collaborative path through, which is why we didn't reduce every single aspect of it to writing, because then we're absolutely bound to it.
So all the options are available.
There's no intent to change the current dynamic, right? And there's language in the section currently that says city manager or their designee, right? So we're not intending to change or limit the city's discretion or the union's discretion on who their representative is at a grievance meeting. And that's our understanding of how it currently operates today. So there's no intent to change that. What's the intent behind the change is to it's not much in substance, but is to change it more from a hearing to a meeting, a 30-day period to see if we can sit down and work it out. And if we can't, we decide what to do with the grievance.
And I mean, some grievances are very, they're just a one member's concern about something very simple, very basic. That may be a different group of people than if you have some operational issue that is going to affect every member. So, I mean, I think you'd want to leave that rather open-ended, but we're not trying to exclude anybody. I think whoever would be good for the process.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions about Article 30 or 31? And this is not a speak now or forever hold your peace situation. So if we have other ones, that's fine. So then maybe we can look at the discipline article because it's related. And
Just looking at the list to make sure she's good. I'm good moving forward, but you guys, yeah.
are you okay? Thank you very much. So this is related to the grievance and exhaustion articles 30 and 31. And as you'll recall, the city had proposed to fold discipline into the grievance article, and to, to spell out some of the policies and procedures that would be used. And I think the idea was just to try to have clarity. And so we've taken that into consideration. What we've done is present some of that, some of the ideas that the city had included in its proposed changes to Article 30, and specifically Section 6 of Article 30, your proposed Section 6 of Article 30. We've taken some of those ideas and some ideas in the police contract and created a separate article on discipline. And so you'll see even that our proposed Section 1 authority of the fire chief, if you were to look and compare that to your proposed language to go into Article 30, at Article 30, Section 6, you're going to see similarities there, right? One substantive change there is that we would change the cap on the time from 45 days in your proposal to 30 days, 30 calendar days, which we think is an ample change from what we have in place now that doesn't go too far. So we'd like you to consider that. The next section it basically contains an internal pre-disciplinary hearing process, and we're calling this an honor board. Not an unusual type of system within the uniformed services. One of the things that I can speak to as a practitioner in the field is that the public safety groups that I work with tend to be very conservative on matters of discipline and tend to have and not surprising with respect to firefighters, since the folks that you're working with, you're also living with, and they're the people that you have to be able to rely on to save your life. When push comes to shove, have very high standards and tend to do a good job of enforcing those standards internally. And so what we're proposing is a pre-disciplinary board called an honor board that would essentially be a preliminary step before discipline. And so, this is an opportunity for members of the bargaining unit and members identified by the city to sit and to review a disciplinary matter before any formal discipline is imposed, and to make a recommendation as to what should happen in that instance. The chief would not be bound by the honor board, but we would expect that the chief is going to, and the chief will be required to consider the honor board's recommendations, but a chief could deviate and impose the discipline that they might see fit. The remaining sections of this article are, if you go to Section 3, written statement of charges and notice of right to appeal, a lot of these requirements are similar to things that you had identified, and we would look at these as very standard articulations of pre-disciplinary procedural requirements that make sure that everybody understands what the process is, as we move forward. At sections 5 and 6 and 7, what we do is we pick up and reflect the practices that we've experienced with respect to arbitration under 143. And the city had, in your Article 30 proposal, attempted to do the same thing, essentially. So we have little different approaches here, which again, it's a mix of what you had proposed and a mix of what is in the police contract. There's a lot through that, so I know it'll take some time for you to go through and digest it. But that's basically what we're looking to do. And also, similar to what the city had proposed, to incorporate some procedural rules. You'll see at sections 8 and 9, rules intended to provide for an orderly and efficient arbitration under the code. At sections 10, we make clear that the code will fill in the blanks. If there are questions, we incorporate the right of appeal to court later on in the section. And one thing I want to note is at section 16, suspensions. What we did was we took language from Article 27, the miscellaneous article of the contract that provides under certain circumstances to substitute paid leave when there's a suspension. We've taken that section and we've put it in this new section. So this is not a substantive change. This is language that exists currently in Article 27. We would just say take it from 27 and put it in our discipline article, given that it directly relates to discipline. And, we, have talked at various points in the negotiations about, our concerns about deviations from the code with respect to these issues that are very important within the culture of the fire department, hiring, promotions, discipline. But we do recognize that the city has made proposals. We believe that by adding the language or adding this provision to the contract, especially the provisions that provide transparency regarding the procedures that will be used to investigate discipline and to determine whether any discipline is warranted. We think that that's an improvement that will help build and sustain a solid culture. And we really think that the honor board proposal will help as well, so that we can have the men and women of the fire department sit in judgment, of their peers and make sure that they are holding their colleagues to the standard that, they would want themselves to be held to, and the standard that they believe is necessary to ensure that we've got members who are able to protect the safety and health of not just the public, but the people they work with. And so, that's a pretty important part of our proposal, is to have the members actively involved there. And of course, the chief is subject, can ultimately make the decisions that the chief needs to make. That comes with being the chief. And so that's what's behind our discipline proposal. So when you look at it, there are not going to be too many differences, I don't think, from what was behind your proposals to address that. And Joe, if you had anything you might want to add on the subject of discipline.
So what I have to add is probably a little bizarre for these proceedings, because so far what I've seen is a lot of posturing. I've seen a lot of narrative building. I haven't seen much dialogue. I was a little surprised at the beginning when the city came after hiring and discipline and promotions as things to change, because hiring, discipline, and promotions are three critical components to any healthy organization, as far as, it's not to be melodramatic, but the lifeblood or the identification or the culture of an organization. So I was a little surprised when the city rolled out, their plans to come after our hiring and our discipline and our promotional systems. I believe that we are all in agreement that the San Antonio Fire Department is an internationally recognized organization, and that is because of the high standards that we maintain internally. Sometimes despite poor leadership, and I'm not saying by the city, I'm saying within our own uniform. And sometimes that's a painful admission for us to make. Anthony Bourdain had a great quote, which provides a segue for me to talk about culture specifically. His quote is, "Firefighters, in my experience, are a lot like the Marines I've met over the years. No matter how badly led, ridiculously under-equipped, underappreciated, no matter how doomed their mission, they take a bizarre and quite beautiful pride in at least being screwed." This is a quote, sorry. "More than everybody else in doing it with style. They seem to do what they do for themselves. It's not a job. It's a calling." I use this as an example because we're a paramilitary organization. Military, of course, is the oversight comes from civilians, non-uniform personnel. But everything else is up to the uniforms, which includes discipline. So me sitting here, not a Marine, none of our contingency on this side of the table are Marines. I don't know. Renee, were you a Marine? No. Were you, Donna? I know. Your dad was? Hoorah. I don't know. I don't think Liz, I know Maria's not. I've asked her this question before. So none of us are Marines. I don't think myself specifically that I could sit in judgment of a Marine because I watched Full Metal Jacket. You know, they have their own culture that's specific to them. They have their own standards. They have their own traditions. I do believe in evolution of systems and organizations, but it's got to be appropriate and warranted. And I also believe that those are internal and that they come from the uniforms. So when we're looking at the identity of an organization, specifically as it applies to hiring and discipline and promotions, those are all critical components, right? So the discipline of uniformed firefighters and paramedics is dictated by others. We know our firefighters better than anybody else does. We know their histories. We know if they've had challenges in their past. We know what they're going through better than anybody else does. It gives our firefighters and paramedics ownership of their own organization to allow them a voice in the process. We have something that exists like this already called the Accident Review Board, which has been successful in its operation over the course of our history. So this exists in some capacity already. And as a recommending body, like specifically the honor board, creation of the honor board, they become the recommending body to the fire chief who has the ultimate say. Now, the reality is, when I was downtown as the personnel chief, this existed in some capacity, but without a label. Okay, back then it was Deputy Chief Vance Meade, Deputy Chief Yvette Granado, myself as an assistant chief and chief of staff, Noel Horan, who was a non-uniform retired deputy chief for historical precedence, and Eddie Roel, who was also a non-uniform civilian for historical relevance, as far as institutional knowledge and what has been done in the past and why. And that was essentially the board that made the recommendation to the fire chief. So this is basically the honor board section kind of codifies what existed in the past as a healthy model already. So I just wanted to couch that there. Thanks, Rick.
Real quick, Ricky, can I ask you a question about section 1, authority of the fire chief, where you've got section B in there and it talks about members suspended for 3 days or less who appeal the suspension shall not serve the suspension unless a suspension with loss of pay is awarded by an arbitrator. I'm trying to be sure I understand. Does this exist already? Is this taken from somewhere else or is this new?
Yeah, it was, I went through it, but I don't know. It's in the police contract. I was gonna say, I don't know the answer. It's in the police contract. So that's an answer to your question. And it's not unusual to have provisions like that in contracts. I'd say that this is actually a little, three is lower, if you will, in the police contract.
That's what I need to know. Thank you. Another question I had real quick, just, and I'm sure we'll have more, but just being sure that we understand, these are just some of the things that caught my eye initially. When we talk about arbitrator defined, that's pretty much, what we're capturing as a third-party hearing examiner. Is this pretty much existing language, though, shall be decided by one arbitrator?
Is it existing, meaning is this language in the police contract or?
Is this in our current language? I'm just trying to, I guess, I'm trying to understand what we just maybe grafted from somewhere else and put into this article versus what's new. And so that was curious if that's taken from somewhere else.
I think it's taken from 143 actually, but
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, Liz,
Mhm.
most of this language comes from the police contract. So
Okay.
the idea was that y'all had already negotiated the language, and so that may
Okay.
make it easier to kind of move through it.
Okay.
There are certain changes that were made, but most of the language is consistent. I think in terms of section 9, for example, I think those dates are meant to try to conform to the dates that you'll see in the grievance article, just for, ease of reference purposes.
Okay, well, you give us something to study. Thank you.
So we would like to take some time to review what you just provided So if we can take a caucus and let us go back and then we'll text you on the time to come back. Is that okay? Thank you.
Yeah, I've made arrangements that my microphone is the only one that works. I'd like to sing a song for everyone. Volare. It's always Volare. Every mic check is always Volare.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you for the proposals that you provided to us. We have some questions that we would like to go over with you. So Dana is going to lead those questions.
So first questions are on your sick leave article. Can you look at section 2, paragraph 1, Rick? So tell me the difference between these two sentences. Here's what I'm trying to clarify. I'm trying to clarify that if a firefighter is going to be out for 3 working days or longer, on that 3rd working day that firefighter is out, the city is going to receive a physician statement indicating when that firefighter is likely to return. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Because it seems like the first sentence and the second, I don't know that we need both of those sentences. I think they might be able to be combined. I'm trying to figure out what distinction you're making there.
Okay, so which sentence are you?
Say, employees using more than 2 consecutive working days of sick leave
Right,
shall be required to provide a physician certificate upon their return to work.
right.
That doesn't help us from a planning standpoint, right? Part of what the problem we're trying to solve is knowing how long somebody's anticipated to be out for a lot of reasons, not just scheduling, but, we've got legal obligations under the FMLA and other things like that to put employees on notice of their rights. And so, that's why I was struggling with the distinction between those two sentences. Why doesn't the second sentence you added, why isn't that all we need?
Well, the second sentence is actually a city sentence that we revised. If you look at the city's initial proposal, and we revised that only very slightly. But if we look at the change that we made to the first sentence, we may be able to use the 3rd working day language that the city had initially proposed if we are comfortable with if we can develop an electronic portal that will make sense. I think initially if the city, from what I understood, the city's proposal to be, as it was explained at the table, was that primarily you're just looking, I'm not sure that the city is necessarily interested in the diagnosis on the third day, but more so, when is this employee going to be coming back to work? We need to make a plan. Is this an extended absence or something that's short term? What I'm getting at with the formal, let's let the record reflect that was Donna, not me.
I was reacting to your comments.
That's right. So that there would be some type of notice provided, while you're still out, that say, I'm going to be back in 2 shifts or something like that. But the actual hard copy note itself wouldn't necessarily be aired until you were back to work, right? That there'd be some type of notice. But I get your point that if there's a comfort level providing something electronically, then, we could have the language be the same as that third working day. So I think that's a point that's well taken. And I do think that, again, I'm not very comfortable with the practice that the parties have in the department of the way that they're sharing that information electronically now. And so I think that it would make sense to develop some system that would better protect people's confidentiality. And I would also ask, this gets to what the city is really interested in. Do you need a physician certificate, that third working day, or are you really, is there a certificate of intended return to work? If that's really more what you're interested in, that could get around questions about electronically sharing information. I'm not suggesting that I have a preference, but.
So our intent for this section, Rick, is that today in practice, if an employee is out sick, they can be out sick for 10 shifts, and I don't know this for a fact, but they can be out there for an extended period of time. And the way that is happening in practice is that the employee is not required to provide a certificate until they return from their sick leave. That poses a challenge for us because we don't know when that employee is coming back.
Yeah.
So for purposes of, for us having a better sense with that employee is coming back, and we know we all get sick, we're going to need time off, is just to get a sense after by the beginning of the third shift, just to let us know, hey, I'm out sick for whatever reason. Here's my doctor's note, and I don't anticipate to be back until X. So that's the piece that we're trying to resolve with this language. So I guess to your point, yes, the doctor's note is important for us on that matter. We understand the sensitivity of the union in terms of how we can exchange that doctor's note. So that's something that we need to look at. But the intent is for us to have a better sense. And as Donna mentioned, also for FMLA purposes, we need to make sure that we have a sense of when that employee is coming back.
But if we developed a form, mutually acceptable form that, let's call it a statement of intended return to work date that the fire department uses, that every firefighter has, and we were to say, hey, listen, if you're out more than 2 shifts, that, before that third shift, you have to provide X form to the fire department with your statement of intended return to work. Is that enough for the city, or do you need the physician's certificate at that time?
I think they're going to need the physician's certificate as well. I think they're going to need that information.
Okay.
And then, Rick, on the same article, under section 6, where you struck paragraph B,
Yeah.
can you just tell us what your concern is about this provision and why it was struck?
Yeah, sure. We talked about this a little bit, earlier in the context of, I think actually when we first made the proposal, that both the city and the union, I think, have different modernization proposals with respect to sick leave. And Our proposal to change section 6 is similar in a lot of ways to some of the city's proposals in that we're you're going to update the way that we handle things. And we think the days of having somebody stuck in their house if they can't leave their house and having someone from the department go out and verify, hey, are you sick? Do you look sick? That's what we're intending to eliminate. You know, if we have reasonable physician certification requirements, which we do, that's a more appropriate to deal with method to deal with sick leave issues than sick checks. Now, of course, the fire department always has the ability, if they believe that somebody's abusing a benefit, or they can always discipline for that. But this direct, sometimes people call it the house arrest language. That's what we're looking to eliminate.
Okay. I mean, but you're not looking to eliminate the city's ability to communicate with its employees who are out on sick leave through some other method besides showing up on their front porch.
Yeah, I mean, the city's limited, I think, in the frequency with which it might communicate with people who are out on sick leave, right? And we would probably want to keep that not more frequent than monthly, but
And if they're under FMLA and they haven't been approved yet, it can be more frequent. So that's what I'm getting at, right? We've got some things we got to shore up in terms of how they've been doing it.
Yeah, if we're going to give you, if you're going to get a note on the third shift, you're going to get a physician certificate, then, we don't think there's a need for these other checks, right? If there's questions about the physician certificate, that's fine.
But the physician certificate is not a medical certification under the Family Medical Leave Act. So what would happen from a process standpoint, we get the physician's note.
Right.
Renee's team says this looks maybe a qualifying FMLA reason for leave.
And so you kick out your
They've
form.
got to kick out all the forms, and then they've got to follow up on that, and they've got to, do they need another 14 days to go get it? It becomes much more involved.
And is that your concern about being limited in addressing those responsibilities that the employer might have?
That health insurance, a lot of things can get triggered when somebody's out for an extended period of time. And we would need to notify the employee about whatever their rights were.
Yeah, so we're not seeking to black out, all communication between the city and its employee. Although in California, there are efforts to do that. Yeah, so that, if there's language that you think might strike that balance in a way that enables the city to meet its responsibilities, we're happy to consider that.
Okay, thank you. My next questions are on the disciplinary action, and I didn't have a lot of time to dig into this. These are just my initial questions. I think we're going to have more, but in some of this we may just need to edit the language some. But I'm looking at the disciplinary action under Section 1, Part B. So, and this happens in a couple of places. We say here, if you're suspended for 3 days or less, and they appeal the suspension, they shall not serve the suspension unless a suspension with loss of pay is awarded by an arbitrator. So that writes out the ability for them to appeal to the commission. Is that under 143? Is that your intent?
It's not our intent to limit anybody's rights with respect to what option they pick under 143. And so, but if they're the consequences should be the same, right? And so I think if we were to add language picking up, adding the commission in, that would be a good idea.
I just didn't know if that was the intent.
No.
So I was trying to clarify.
No.
And then on the disciplinary action process in the honor board.
Yeah.
Just a couple of questions. Are you open to us putting in, how limitations on how long somebody can be on the board, what the qualifications have to be, making sure different ranks are represented?
We're open to discussing anything you want to discuss about, the qualifications for someone to serve on an honor board, and all of the examples that you mentioned are examples that exist in places. And so, happy to talk about any of that.
And are you contemplating that these meetings would be confidential or would they be open?
Confidential.
And are you contemplating that the complainant and the person being complained about could both come in and tell their side of the story to the board before they made their decision? Is that part of the contemplation?
Yeah. Yes, I would expect that the majority of matters that would go before the honor board probably are not going to be complainant, where you have a specific person making a complaint about a firefighter, just given our experience with discipline. Most likely you're going to have a supervisor who's identifying some performance concern. The department is going to have to meet some obligation right before the board to explain why they're pursuing discipline of the member. This is intended to be a pretty informal hearing, right? And so we certainly don't want to have situations where we're required to haul 25 witnesses in for an honor board hearing. I'd expect that the board, that the parties will develop a practice of how to deal with those things. But if there are, I guess the department is going to make decisions as to how it chooses to make its case at these hearings. But in my experience anyway, they do tend to be much more relaxed than an arbitration or civil service hearing with respect to questions of evidence and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. I didn't think you were looking for an evidentiary hearing.
Yeah.
I can see we have had situations where we've had firefighters complain about each other of the same rank. And, are they going to get the opportunity to come in, at least tell their side of the story without parading 25, as you say, 25 witnesses through?
If there's discipline or if there's a disciplinary investigation that stems from a complaint made by a member of the fire department, right? And the vast majority of them are going to be members of the bargaining unit, right? If there's a specific complaint, whether or not the department chooses to invite that person to testify before an honor board hearing or not is something the department could, pursue. And some members may want to, some members may not. I just don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And then on the last paragraph of that section, section 2A, I think we've got the same disconnect in the last sentence, or maybe I'm just not aware of what's in the contract. It says the decision by the fire chief shall be final, subject to appeal, as provided for in this agreement or under chapter 143.
Mhm.
What else is provided for in this agreement that would, I don't know what that language refers to.
Yeah, it could be the how you interpret as provided for. And so the right to appeal to an arbitrator, really is under 143, right? Yeah. And so what that's referring to is if somebody elects to avail themselves of the right to arbitration under 143, but we set forth some of the procedural requirements along with that. So that's what we're referring to. It's either of the 143 options.
Okay. And where is that language when you say otherwise provided for in this agreement? Where?
I'm not sure what you're.
Usually when I see language like this, I go look at and say, where else, what is provided for elsewhere in the agreement?
Yeah.
Where do I find that?
Yeah, I don't know that you do. I think I'm agreeing with you.
And then looking now at subpart B, section 3. So where it says personal service in accordance with this article, you see that see that language? It's begins the second line halfway through.
Section 3?
Section 3, yeah. Talking about notice and an opportunity for rebuttal. See that?
Honestly, no, I don't. Where are you looking at?
What section? Section 3,
Section 3.
written statement of charges.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the second line
Of the first paragraph?
of the first paragraph, go to the right and you'll see personal.
Served in accordance with. Got
Right.
you. Okay.
They would mail a copy to firefighter medic.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, that's much better. Now I'm going to sing. That'll end this meeting immediately.
Go.
So it says personal service in accordance with this article.
Yeah.
What had happened in the past, if they couldn't reach the firefighter, they would mail a copy to the firefighter's residence that was on file and leave a copy with the union. Have a problem with that process?
We prefer personal service.
In-person personal service?
Yeah.
Why?
Sure.
I'm not sure which process you're talking about, where you say that they've mailed it out, but the San Antonio Fire Department has not. That may be in PD, but not in our system. It
Okay,
has
so
always been
have you,
personal service for us.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to just talk over you. I'm sorry, say that last part again.
It's always been personal service for us, person to person.
And so what's the objection with mail and delivering to the union if we can't reach the firefighter?
Under what pretense could you not reach a firefighter? I'm curious.
Well, I mean, you're telling me you
Has
don't,
there been an incident, Maria, that we're not aware of where you guys couldn't reach a firefighter?
Renee?
Because I'm a little confused why it's even included in there. I mean, are we just planning for eventualities that may exist, or?
It's an option for us to send it via mail. I can find out if we had situations where we couldn't reach somebody.
I didn't know if it was responsive but I know that within our system, it's always been person to person. And I can't think of any incidents that I know of where one of our members was unavailable. That's one of the reasons that we're cautious about that.
We'll find out.
Thank you.
And then if you look at section number 5, arbitrator defined,
Mm-hmm.
I think this also reads out the commission the way it's written. I think it's just a Scrivener's error because it says, if you look at the third line down, suspension or indefinite suspension shall be decided by one arbitrator. Well, they can choose under 143 not to go that route.
Yeah, this is referring to if you elect arbitration, and it's if I'd say that 90% of this language is straight out of the police agreement, and so we're happy to improve language if there are specific reasons why the city chose to articulate it one way in the police agreement that we're unaware of. We'd like to understand that, so that we have the language that's consistent.
Okay. And then, actually, this is a question for Ricky. So Ricky, it says in arbitration selection, the counsel for the member and the counsel for the fire chief shall attempt to mutually agree on an arbitrator. In all of the grievances you've done, have you guys ever mutually agreed on an arbitrator?
Twice.
Twice? Okay. That's more than I thought you would say.
Yeah.
Because I just questioned whether we even need that language and should we go straight to the list?
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. It's been a long time.
Yeah. And I think my final question is the union opposed to agreed suspensions? And if so, can you tell us why?
Is the union opposed to?
Agreed suspensions?
We're not opposed to, there's a process that exists currently, right? There are concerns that there's an inequity of power in those discussions that may be had between administration members and an individual firefighter. And so, there are always concerns about that. But, a member has the right to, right under 143 to resolve their dispute with the department. We're not looking to limit that in any way.
Those were all the questions. That's all the questions I have. Liz, I don't know if you have any.
Well, thank you, Dana.
Billy has a question on
Sure.
this.
I'll take you back to the sick leave question. You were referring to an individual's off on sick leave and then they have to go to FMLA. Could you give me an example of why a firefighter, someone who under 143 earns, well, let's say 15 days of sick leave a year, and unless they use it, that continues to roll over every year. Some firefighters have an excess of 1,000 hours of sick leave they've earned under 143. Why would that individual go on FMLA if they have that many hours of sick leave and it requires them to be, their illness requires them to be absent from work that long?
Because, am I on? Okay. Because a couple of things, the sick leave runs concurrently with FMLA, and we're mandated by federal law to notify employees of their rights under the FMLA. And if the case law in the Fifth Circuit is very clear, if an employer has a reason to believe that somebody is out for an FMLA qualifying reason, it is mandated that we give them certain documentation that's produced by the Department of Labor. So just think about, they're running concurrently. The FMLA doesn't affect the sick leave, but we do have an obligation under the federal statute to give our employees these notices.
Does the department run it concurrently? I don't know the answer to the question.
I think so, but I can confirm that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to concede that if it doesn't happen. I'm not sure what the practice is within the fire department.
Okay, let us check.
Why don't you check and just let me know?
I'd have to look, I have to pull the city's.
If the practice is that the department, that the leave that would qualify under the Family Medical Leave Act has been run concurrently with paid sick leave, we understand that whether it's a requirement or whether it's a protective action that the city takes to protect against claims against charging leave back, that there are certain steps the city might have to take. And so, and I understand our discussion of that was within the context of the city not wanting to have limitations within the contract, limiting its ability to communicate with employees about those types of matters. So let's find out if the leave's been run concurrently, but we're also happy to look at language that you have that might address that concern.
Yeah, and I would tell you, kind of irrespective of how it's been done, that's how it needs to be done because that's what the federal mandate is. So we need to work through that.
Yeah, it's something we could talk about at the table.
And we'll confirm that, but I don't think it has been done in practice. So that's something that we need to start doing.
Okay, well then, yeah, that's something to be bargained.
Yeah. Well,
No.
like it's this federal law, but I'll let you and Dana.
Argue about federal law.
Yes.
No problem.
So we wanted to give you an update on some of the articles that you asked us about this morning on our proposal. And of course, we can go into more detail tomorrow and on a couple of them. So beginning on your question on Article 25 related to health benefits and the pharmacy tier question. So Renee is working with CVS to pull that data so we can be able to tell you what the change was and when it happened, et cetera. We, as soon as we hear from CVS on the timing when we can get that to you, we'll provide that, but we hope that that's going to be done this week.
Maria, do we know if any members have been affected by that change?
I don't know, Billy, and the change already happened. So what we're trying to do is retroactively see when the change happened, you know, when the fire department enrolled into the new plan, which I think it was sometime in 2020, potentially. And then from there, when the change was made and if there was an impact. But the change has already been in place.
Yeah, and please let us know so we can understand it. Just to, because do this, right? We're reserving the right to challenge a change that may well have been a unilateral change that we have recently become aware of. We're here at the bargaining table. We're talking about health insurance issues, and I'm confident we'll get to the end of that discussion, but I just want to reserve that right.
Understood.
Thank you.
The next set of articles, and this is from our perspective, as we evaluated the proposals, they have an economic impact. So when the time comes to talk about economics, we would like to address those. So Article 6 for the additional union hours and the corresponding change in Article 17 to provide vacation hours to our employees. That has an economic impact. Article 18, premium holiday pay and the overtime on a premium holiday will also have an economic impact. Article 20, increasing the uniform credit as proposed by the association will have an economic impact as well. And Article 21, as it relates to health benefits, with the increase to the HSA and decreasing the escalator for the employee, we can talk about that when we talk about economics. There's just a balance for us in terms of the total cost of the proposal, so we'll be happy to have that discussion at that time. Article 27, where we have the miscellaneous parental leave, that is something that is under consideration for the city. Article 14 on overtime, you asked specifically about that this morning, so we're going to have a counter proposal for you tomorrow morning on overtime. And then Article 29 for drugs and alcohol, we'll talk about that tomorrow as well. So those, I believe the articles that you had questions for us today. Did I miss one?
15.
Is that the,
Article 15, that was the changes for the arson on-call.
you're right. So yes, I have that under 14 for fires, standby pay, and Article 15 for arson as well. So that also has an economic impact. So we want to talk about it when we talk about those altogether. I did miss Article 17 for the floating vacation shift. And the last time we talked about it, we had indicated if the will be open as we add those floating vacation shifts and the perfect attendance leave to keep it under the current allotted number of vacation shifts that we have by shift. I don't recall if we get a response. Maybe you all did. We were trying to fit that request within the existing number of slots that we have in each of the shifts.
Not sure I understand the question.
So for every shift, there's a number of vacation shifts
Right.
that are
Slots.
estimated in slots, and for individuals that may be sick and so on and so forth as we plan the day. So our question was, if we increase the number of FVSs, if the association would be open to reduce the number of vacations slots that we have, so that way it wouldn't be necessarily an increase, potential increase in overtime costs for
No.
us.
No, we would not.
Okay, then we will leave that with the economic proposals as well. Did I miss any other one?
No, you addressed them all. And so just in terms of timing expectation, so you're going to the city is going to address those the 10 proposals that I had raised this morning in the context of an economic response. And when might we see that economic response?
That would be either tomorrow or Friday.
Okay, thank you very much.
And that is Liz has one item.
Just one question, Rick, before we wind up. You'd mentioned that we would have additional language from you all after caucus on management rights to address the two components that you had brought up about applicant processing as well as emergency services.
Thanks for the reminder, Liz, and we'll give you language tomorrow on that.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you. Mhm.
Anything else on Liz? No. Rick, anything?
Nothing.
Billy? No. Okay. Very good. So we'll see you here tomorrow.
Great. Thank you very
Thank you.
much.